God, I love this intro. This intro, the FMV, and all the other FMVs were made by one guy. That guy, named Takayoshi Sato, would stay all the day at work and all night. The reason why he would stay all night at work is because he needed to use all of his colleagues' PCs to render all of that. That's how much it took back in the day just to make those cutscenes. And all of them were made by one guy. So, let us begin. Cheryl, where could you be? It's strange. It's quiet, too quiet. This place is like a ghost town. Cheryl? So there's our car. My car, too banged up to drive. Where's Cheryl? Hope she's safe. So in the intro, we saw this guy called Harry Mason drive with his daughter Cheryl to Silent Hill. And while driving during the nighttime, they saw a girl. And because of that girl, they crashed. Now, who's that girl? Why were they coming to Silent Hill? I'm gonna tell you all of that right now. So, that girl, the reason why she was on the road is because she tried to stop him to come to Silent Hill. And I'll tell you why. So, this guy and his wife, 7 years ago, and before that, they tried to have a kid, but they couldn't. So, while they were driving close to Silent Hill, 7 years ago, they found a girl basically on the Silent Hill Road, outside of Silent Hill. And they took her, they raised her. When the girl was around 3 years old, his wife died. His wife was named Jody. Then, after her death, Harry raised Cheryl alone for 4 more years. And then all of a sudden, she wants to come to Silent Hill. Why is that? Why was she drawn to Silent Hill? Well, here's what happened. The day they found her on the road was the day something terrible happened to that girl that we saw on the road, who tried to stop us. Her name is Alessa. And when that girl, that Alessa, was 7 years old, her mom tried to impregnate her with a demon. So her mom, she was part of the cult, she's still part of the cult. In her own house, she made a ritual where she tried to impregnate her 7-year-old daughter with a demon, so that she can give a birth to a demon. So, the 7-year-old Alessa, what she did, she had like a psychic powers. She was kinda a special girl. In the school, kids bullied her, called her a witch, all of that stuff. since she had powers, during the impregnation ritual, she split her soul in half. And half of that soul is the kid that Harry found on the road outside of Silent Hill. And that's why that kid was drawn to this town, so that two souls can be together again. And we'll find out later why she was actually drawn to Silent Hill. But this is just basically the gist of it. So Alessa, the girl that we saw on the road, the girl who tried to stop us, as I said, she split her soul so that she can prevent the demon from being born. She was 7 when she got split during the impregnation ritual, so now she's 14. Footsteps.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl? Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
I better follow Cheryl. By the way, look at the snow effects. And this is PlayStation 1 game. Like, back in the day, in PlayStation 1 era, it wasn't easy to have like fully 3D modeled games. Like open world modeled. Like this. Beware of dogs. Now, if you try to leave, I'd better follow Cheryl. Here we're getting a siren. What is it? And like this huge pool of blood, and the rib cage, and the claws on the wall, and the blood splatter. Such a nice details for that time. Even now I'm still impressed by all of this. And this very good camera angle. God, I love it. And again. If you try to leave here, dead end? What the hell? That's strange, it's getting darker. Better than nothing, I guess. So this type of light we never see in the game later. This is the only place where we see this type of light. Sounds like a match when he turns it on, but I do think it's a lighter. And the siren that we hear is inspired by David Lynch. So David Lynch had a work called Industrial Symphony No. 1. You can find it on YouTube. And basically the story of that work is that Nicolas Cage breaks up with his girlfriend. She then has a nightmare, and there are a lot of strange things happening: snow, darkness, fog. There are people with flashlights, lots of Silent Hill things happening. And the siren that we hear in this game was also used in that work in a transition into a nightmare sequence, just like in this game. I'm not sure if you can see here, but there are bugs around the light. Like, think about it. This is a PlayStation 1 game, and they made a mechanic where light attracts insects. A broken wheelchair. What's this doing here? I'll tell you what's this doing here. I already told you about Alessa, her splitting soul and stuff. So during the ritual, where she split the soul, there was a fire in their house, in the Alessa's house. Now, it's not clear how that fire came to be. There's a paper which mentions boiler explosion that burned the house down, or maybe it was just a fire from the ritual. It's not really clear. So, because there was a fire in the house, Alessa's body was heavily burned. And then her mom and some other cult members always used wheelchair to transport Alessa, whether to the hospital or stuff like that. So that's why we see the wheelchair. It's all tied to Alessa. Everything that we see in this game is basically from Alessa's mind. Ooh, that industrial banging. So good, so good. So here we see, you could say this is a hospital bed with a dead body underneath the sheets. What's this? This is what Alessa was experiencing when she was in the hospital. Like, this was her nightmare while she was there. And now that nightmare is manifesting from her mind.
What is this? What's going on here?
Blocked by fence? Oh no, I died!
Was I dreaming?
How do you feel?
Oh, like I've been run over by a truck. But I'm all right, I guess.
Glad to hear it. You from around here? Why don't you tell me what happened?
Wait a second, I'm just a tourist. I came here for a vacation. I just got here. I don't know what happened. I'd like to find out myself.
Uh-huh.
Have you seen a little girl? Just turned 7 last month, short, black hair. My daughter.
Sorry. The only person I've seen in this town is you.
Where is everybody?
I'd tell you if I knew, believe me. But from what I can tell, something bizarre's going on. That's all I know. What's your name?
Harry. Harry Mason.
Sybil Bennett. I'm a police officer from Brams, the next town over. The phones are all dead, and the radio too. I'm going back to call in some reinforcements. Hold it. Where do you think you're going?
My daughter. I've got to find her.
No way. It's dangerous out there.
In that case, I need to find her now. Cheryl's my little girl. I can't just leave her out there by herself.
Have you got a gun?
No.
Take this, and hope you don't have to use it. Now listen to me. Before you pull the trigger, know who you're shooting. And don't do it unless you have to. And don't go blasting me by mistake. Got it?
Yeah, thanks.
You do best to stay nearby. I'll be back with help as quick as I can.
Okay, where do I begin? Let's see. Health drink. Flashlight. And a map. And when we pick a map, there's a unique camera angle. And something just flew out by the window. Now this camera angle that I have, you only get this camera angle when you already beat a game. And I like it because I can show some stuff. So, let's look at the map. So, there's one street, this one, called Bachman Road. That one is based on Richard Bachman. He was Stephen King's character, fictional character, and that was also Stephen King's pen name. And many of the streets in this game were based on horror movie directors, writers, stuff like that. Speaking of Stephen King, there he is, right there. And he tells you, study, damn it. That was, and there's the photo, from the Stephen King's University. What else do we have? Here we have Medieval Madness pinball machine. This is a real-life pinball machine. There it is. What else do we have here? Harry wakes up next to the mayo and ketchup on the table. That's really important. We'll talk about that when we play Silent Hill 3. Very cool photo up there, like a Virgin Mary. Health drink. Here we can see one of the bands that inspired music in this game, called Portishead. So there's a big P there and a girl in white. And if you go to YouTube and type Portishead, a song called All Mine, in that video, you will see this. Does it look familiar? A radio. Is it broken? I can't hear anything.
What's that? Huh, radio. What's going on with that radio? This is not a dream. What's happening to this place?
There's a pocket radio. Take it. So this here is our save station, our safe location. Someday someone may experience these bizarre events. Hopefully, they will find my notes useful. And this acts like a save point, okay? But Harry, our main character, he actually writes stuff. The stuff that he encounters, he felt, he saw. And in Silent Hill 3, we actually get to read what he wrote, which is really cool. So in this game, this is just a save location, but later we can actually see what was written at the save location. Where could Cheryl have gone? I guess I'll check that alley again. here across the alley where we have to go is crabs. Look at that. But more importantly, another Stephen King reference. Do you know what this is? Can you see what this is? You see? Has a bit of this. Stephen King's Pet Sematary. Based on the best-selling thriller. Fish! Fish fries! Amazing. Beware of dog. To school.
Isn't this Cheryl's sketchbook? She's at the school.
Sketchbook cover. This picture. It's me. The first picture that Cheryl drew in the sketchbook that I gave her on 5th birthday. So now we have to go to school. But first we're gonna explore a bit. Get some loot. So this road completely collapsed. One thing to note here is that Harry is physically trapped in Silent Hill. Like, he can't leave even if he wants to. After this, I'm gonna play Silent Hill 2 and 3. It's slightly different. Probably a doghouse, though I'm not sure since there's no dog around. Nothing in particular around. So I checked the doghouse, and Harry doesn't bother to check it completely because he doesn't know to search it. He doesn't know that there's something there that he needs to find. And I like the way they handled this. Like, when you get close to a specific object, the game either changes the camera or it tries to get your attention with blood for you to check it. Doghouse, 11th Street. That's the doghouse we just saw. So I like how they're trying to get your attention to look for stuff. Rather than having, you know, modern yellow lines and stuff. House key was hidden in the doghouse. Take it. It's locked. This door only unlocks in New Game Plus. But the second New Game Plus. Because you need to do some stuff to open it. Nothing useful. The refrigerator is empty. There are 3 locks. Something is written on the map hanging on the wall. Copied it to the map. It's called Keys for the Eclipse. So now when we check our map, we have this alley here that's marked with the red line, this thing here with a circle, and that thing with the arrow. So that's what we have to visit now. And in the meantime, explore town a little bit. Why not? Get some loot. Motor oil. 99. Horned Moon Dance. Hey, Queen Burger. Reference to King Burger. In Resident Evil, there's a Burger Kong. There was a shop there called Ghoul. Now here. That sounds like a... That sounded like a plank. But that's actually a tree that fell. Key of the Scarecrow. This here is actually a tree. It sounds like a plank. Are we alone? Can I show this? So, there are these newspaper boxes around town. And inside them, we can see a newspaper that says Bill Skin's Fifth. And that is a reference. There it is. Let me show it. Let me reset this. There we go. That is from Silence of the Lambs. Here we can find something really cool. Another thing to draw our attention. A dog head in the pool of blood. There's a key here. Key of the Woodman. And if you look at it, somebody was playing basketball with a dog's head. Really cool. Not sure if that's a reference to something, but... Let's check this street quickly. Key of the Lion. So we got all the 3 keys. And here, like this camera that I'm using, you only get it, as I said, when you beat the game once. So you are not meant to really see the car from this perspective. But if you look at it, look at this detail. Really cool. Like, they made all of that even though you were not really supposed to see it on the first playthrough. Now here, already mentioned the Bill Skins 5th reference. Look at this. It says 8, okay? That is based on 7-Eleven. Let's go in. Here in the new game Plus, you can also find one more item that serves for a bonus ending, which I'm gonna show in the end. This is a fresh playthrough, but I do have a save for that ending, so I'll show that at the end. If we check the car again, we get health drink. Blue bell. Look at this. Coca-Cola. Queen Burger. And there's health at Queenburger. Okay, so we have 3 keys. Let's see them. Key of the lion. Key of the woodman. Key of the scarecrow. These are reference to Wizard of Oz. And the reason why we find them is because Alessa read that story. So let's use them. She used to read that story when she was younger, before the ritual. What? It's getting dark again. What's going on? So, what I mentioned about developers trying to draw your attention with blood, like, this also serves that purpose. Because the entrance is right here. No other garage door has that blood here in the area. Only that one. And the blood is something they use to draw your attention. Which again, is awesome. Now here, we're gonna see a school bus. I think most people don't even know you can go in. God, this ambience, I love it. So good. Look at this school bus. So there it is. Doggo, stop. It even has a number 7 on it. Let's go, let's go. School, school. There's a school map. Take it. Now, if you try to leave the school, Cheryl might be here. I should search for her. It's locked. Moore, Ronaldo, Gordon. This must be the list of teachers. And all these names are a reference to a band called Sonic Youth. The director of this game was a fan of that band. Picture of a door. I don't know who drew it, but it's certainly in a bad taste. Locked. Silent Hill Hospital. Okay, so we saw the bus. We see this now, this whole school. So check this out. This game was developed by Japanese developer. This game was made for Western audience, okay? But the developers never went to the West. They never went to America. So they needed something to see school somewhere in order to make it. They needed like a reference to make this school. And the reference is from a movie called Kindergarten Cop with Arnold. So there's the school entrance. The cabinet right here in this room where I am. The bus. Let's save. Like these monsters, this sound. And like these monsters here, they represent children. This is the school where Alessa went into, and she was heavily bullied because of her abilities, because of her powers. The kids bullied her, called her a witch, wanted her to burn, all that stuff. So that's how she saw kids in the school, as monsters. A golden sun. Silver moon. The tower door is locked. Hands are stopped at 10. So now, let's go back and read this. We need to check that time and then read these papers here. It's written in blood at 10. So right now it's 10 o'clock. So, alchemy lab. Gold in old man's palm. The future hidden in his fist. Exchange for sage's water. And then we have two more for later times. Written in blood, 12. A place with song and sound. Silver guidepost is untapped in lost tongues. Awakening at the ordained order. And then one at 5. Darkness that brings the choking heat. Flames render the silence. Awakening the hungry beast. Open time's door to beckon prey. So right now, we saw that it's 10 o'clock. And we need to go to alchemy lab. So let's check our map. The alchemy lab is on the 2nd floor, right there. that squeaky ghost was not always meant to be like that. It was actually meant to be like this. And it was called Larva Stalker. But they had to censor it in order to release the game in some regions. A friend in need. Jammed. Locked. So this is girls' toilet. These guys here in European version were even more censored. They were looking like little teddy bears with big claws called claw fingers. It's because they represent children, and EU didn't want to approve this game to be released in EU until they censored it. While in NA, this was okay. And all of these classrooms, like here, have cool, unique textures in them, photos. Kids' drawings. Look at that kid. You? Who are you? Boys, what are you doing in ladies' toilet? Or maybe you are ladies. And now... that could be Alessa crying in the toilet when she was bullied in the school. And I love that. Complete silence. And all of a sudden you hear girl cry. I'm gonna go in the lab last. First, I wanna explore everything. Return. A woman came down from planet Vulcan. This wolf is cool. They even kept him in Silent Hill 3. So this part of the school was locked. dog kill? Is that what it says? So guys, what do you think is inside here? Just a cat. And now it's a dead cat. Mixed with growl and like a monkey sound. Releasing the cat spawns this guy, who probably got rid of the cat. Won't open, odd. Doesn't look locked though. We'll come back here later. Locked. Squeak. Let's open that door quickly. Distilled water, no reason to take it. Chemical. Statue of an old man's hand. The fist shut tight, as if never to let go. It even gets marked on the map. The label reads, concentrated hydrochloric acid. Golden medallion. Look, it's Pepe. Gold medallion. Picture of a clock tower is engraved on the surface. So now, if we check the time, it says 12 o'clock. So if we check the book now, a place with song and sound. Silver guidepost is untapped in lost tongues, awakening at the ordained order. So, place of sound in school is music room. And this is where the kid me was stuck for a while. There's some blood on some of the keys. Does this mean anything? So this piano is now open. So, there are keys that produce sound, and the ones that are silent. So let's see. It's written in blood. Tale of birds without a voice. First flew the greedy pelican, eager for the reward, white wings flailing. Then came a silent dove, flying beyond the pelican as far as he could. Raven flies in, flying higher than the dove, just to show that he can. A swan glides in to find a peaceful spot next to another bird. Finally out comes a crow, coming quickly to a stop, yawning and then napping. Who will show the way? Who will be the key? Who will lead to the silver reward? So, Tale of birds without a voice. Already a hint that we have to use these keys. So let's see. First flew the greedy pelican, eager for the reward. White wings flailing. So we need the first white key. And then came a silent dove, flying beyond the pelican as far as he could. Dove is a white bird, and the last white key that we can press is this one. A raven flies in, flying higher than the dove, just to show that he can, which is this one. A swan glides in to find a peaceful spot next to another bird, which is this one. Finally, out comes a crow, coming quickly to a stop, yawning and then napping, which is this one. Silver medallion. Listen to that banging now. The hands are stopped at 5. At 5, darkness that brings the choking heat. Flames render the silence, awakening the hungry beast. Open time's door to beckon prey. This button here was not read before. And now we can press it. And when we do, we get this mixed sound of a animal and a machine, which is really cool. Now we can go in. Keep out. And we get the siren again.
Where am I? Have I been here before? I don't remember this being here before.
So, what we see here is called Sign of Metatron. And this symbol here is placed by Alessa, the girl that we see at the start of the game. She places these symbols around town to protect it from darkness, from the other world. And everywhere where we see this symbol, we will see the world basically unaffected by the darkness. But slowly over time, her power fades, and even in places where this symbol is placed, it's still taken over by darkness. So for example, as soon as we leave this area, we get this nightmare version of the school. With the bodies in cages, Some dolls with heads, without heads. Locked. Huge fan is rotating. If approached carelessly, I may be sucked in. There's a hanging body there in between fans. This is cool part here. Picture card. We see some more cards here on the table. In Silent Hill 3, they expanded this story. They mentioned why these cards were in the school, why we see them in Silent Hill 1. So basically, Alessa had a friend who didn't bully her, and they were playing these cards. And that's why we see them here. Notice. Hell come. Or just hell. Ampoule. A wheelchair. At a school? What? Is this a door? If it is, there's no keyhole or even a knob. If I push it, it moves a bit, but it certainly won't open. What's this? In the center of the door is a horizontal slot. What is it for? Rectangular card with a picture of a key found on a desk in a classroom. So now we are in a toilet. And now we're stuck. We can't leave. If we take a look at the map, this is now the second floor. If we go in this toilet again, and we leave, we're back on the first floor. So this toilet here acts like an elevator. There's a shotgun, take it. There is something here written on the wall, which I'm not gonna read now, because I want to show something cool. What I want to show is kinda similar to the doghouse situation.
Daddy, help me. Daddy, where are you?
Cheryl!
That was Cheryl's voice, I know it. Where is she? Cheryl. When you play this game as a kid, the way I did, that call from Cheryl can really affect you. Because imagine playing this as a kid and then you have a phone call from another kid asking for help. And you're playing this alone in the room, in the dark. Hey, it's Cat again. What do you guys think is inside now? Nothing inside. Library reserve key. I love that jump scare. It's so good. That body outside. Somebody knocking. So here we have a book. No useful books. And this is what I wanted to show you. So now, let's go back quickly to the toilet to read the thing. Leonard Rhine, the monster lurks. The monster lurks? What's that supposed to mean? What's this? The Monster Lurks is the book of the title. And this is one of the mechanics of Silent Hill 1. We saw this with the doghouse as well. Harry doesn't want to interact with stuff unless he has some clue about it. The doghouse, this book, and I find that to be really cool. Chapter 3. Manifestation of Delusions. Poltergeists are among these. Negative emotions like fear, worry or stress manifest into external energy with physical effects. Nightmares have in some cases been shown to trigger them. However, such phenomena do not appear to happen to just anyone. Although it's not clear why, adolescents, especially girls, are prone to such occurrences. So, let's talk about this book. In Silent Hill 2, in New Game Plus, you can find a book which describes the town of Silent Hill. And basically, before it was Silent Hill, it was basically a place of worship that was inhabited by spirits. Those spirits were magical, could turn whatever thoughts you have into reality. The natives were settling that place, they were worshipping the spirits. But then the natives went away, the town was built on that place, and then occultists started to inhabit that place. So then occultists started to affect those spirits. And what happens is that those spirits take whatever is in your mind and they turn it into reality. They manifest it. And what this book tells us is that it works more on girls than men. Especially in this case, it works particularly on one girl the most, which is Alessa, because she has special powers. So nothing can, at the moment, nothing can influence the town like she can. Hearing this, the hunter armed with bow and arrow said, "I will kill the lizard." But upon meeting his opponent, he held back, taunting, "Who's afraid of a reptile?" At this, the furious lizard hissed, "I'll swallow you up in a single bite." Then the huge creature attacked, jaws open wide. This was what the man wanted. Calmly drawing his bow, he shot into the lizard's gaping mouth. Effortlessly, the arrow flew, piercing the defenseless maw, and the lizard fell down dead. This is from an old fairy tale. I remember reading it as a kid. So, Harry read this book when he was a kid, and you can assume that he probably read this to Sherry. Sherry is half of a soul of Alessa. And this is probably why this part of the book, this book got manifested here. Because if Sherry knows it, then probably Alessa knows it as well. Especially now that Sherry is back here, and probably reunited with Alessa. Here we can see Seal of Metatron again. There's 2 of them. There's a drainage valve, nothing unusual. Nothing special. So Harry doesn't want to do anything with this valve. And then the game draws your attention with this blood. There's a hanging key. It's just out of reach. It drains into the wrong hole. Maybe I could plug that up somehow. Used rubber ball. The key went down the drain. Classroom key. Love the ambience. And here we have a puzzle. It's a simple puzzle, you just have to mess around to find out. And there's the lizard from the fairy tale.
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Where am I? This is a boiler room. What is going on here? K. Gordon key. So basically, when we turned on the boiler, we heard the sound of that lizard. I hear a church bell, maybe. Who's ringing the bell? Balkan Church. Unlocked. We can't go anywhere but here. Doesn't say hell anymore. So now you can read this for a clue. List of teachers, K. Gordon. That's it. I'll note the address down on the map. So now on the map. K. Gordon is marked. Again, we're drawn to that place with camera angle and blood. Nothing special. TV set. The power must be out. Doesn't work. Do we save? Let's save. Let's check this part quickly. Need to get rid of this guy. Unless he goes away. Because here we have Pepsi. And next to Pepsi, it's a Gangsta Paradise. By Coolio. And here we have The Big Beat. By... was it Kim Bay? Who does this guy remind you of? I'm getting Michael Jackson vibes. But I don't know. Mick Jagger? Could be. Yeah, yeah. cut-right chainsaws. There's a chainsaw. There's no gasoline. Can't use it. You can only get gasoline on the New Game Plus. And I'll show you where you get it. The cut-right chainsaw is also a name of a store in a Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The exact same name. Now here, let's see. Can I? Okay. Here, we have thing on the left. Which you may recognize. As this. And thing on the right is from Shining. Red rum.
Were you ringing that bell?
I've been expecting you. It was foretold by gyromancy.
What are you talking about?
I knew you'd come. You want the girl, right?
The girl? You're talking about Cheryl.
I see everything.
You know something. Tell me.
Stay back. Nothing is to be gained from floundering about at random. You must follow the path. The path of the hermit concealed by Flauros.
What? What are you talking about?
Here, the Flauros, a cage of peace. It can break through the walls of darkness and counteract the wrath of the underworld. These will help you. Make haste to the hospital before it's too late.
Wait! Don't go yet!
So, she foretold that we would get here through gyromancy. And gyromancy, what it basically is, you would put runes or letters on the ground, and then you would spin around until you get dizzy and fall on a letter or a rune. So imagine her spinning and then falling on each letter. That would spell like Harry Mason will come to town. Imagine how many spins that would take, or just imagine her spinning and falling. That is what gyromancy is. And here we have Flower Rose, Pyramid, Drawbridge Key. Picture on the wall, nothing special. Candle stand, nothing special. That is Jesus. Won't open. Must be locked from the other side. So you may wonder, what is Flower Rose? Pyramid-shaped object found in the church. Purpose and use unknown. This is an egg. A pyramid head egg. From this, pyramid head hatches in Silent Hill 2. Super Tuesday. Again, we can see word hell. Formula hell. And here on New Game Plus, car engine, no problem there. Here on the New Game Plus, you can find a fuel can, which you can either use for a chainsaw or for a drill. That we'll see soon. Hell. This is based on... Let's find it. Shell. You can also see shell is... I mean, it's shell on the wall, just a different type of shell. So yeah. There it is. There's another one here. And there's a drill. Rock drill. There's no gasoline, can't use it. This is another New Game Plus weapon. Orange Bridge Control Room. This is also a reference to Genesis P. Orridge, a singer-songwriter from a band called Throbbing Gristle. And this is not the only Easter egg or reference to Genesis P. Orridge. We'll see another one later. New map. Health drink. Keyhole on the control panel. Machinery is running. Do you want to press the switch? Yes. And here we have Konami Burger. And here so when I translate this, it says Bruce Lee. Chinese art. I'm not sure what's the last word. Oh, look. Just cats. Drug. Wanted. There's something on it. Product only available in selected areas of Silent Hill. Raw material is White Claudia, plant peculiar to the region. Manufactured here. Dealer equals manufacturer. There's a memo on the desk. Coroner Seals called. Officer Gucci is unlikely to be murdered. He apparently died naturally. But medical records show Officer Gucci had no prior symptoms of heart disease. Oh, here we have Mushnik's florist. Look at this fantastic new plant. Audrey Jr. Let me show it. There it is. And then here we have another Stephen King reference. There it is. It's locked. So here we hear 2 gunshots. And a third one. These are phones and phone books. No need to examine.
Hold it! Stop! Don't shoot! Wait! I'm not here to fight. My name is Harry Mason. I'm in town on vacation.
Thank God, another human being.
Do you work here?
I'm Dr. Michael Kaufman. I work at this hospital.
So maybe you can tell me what's going on.
I really can't say. I was taking a nap in the staff room. When I woke up, it was like this. Everyone seems to have disappeared. And it's snowing out, this time of year. Something's gone seriously wrong. Did you see those monsters? Have you ever seen such aberrations? Ever even heard of such things? You and I both know creatures like that don't exist.
Yeah. Have you seen a little girl anywhere? I'm looking for my daughter. She's only 7, short, black hair.
She's missing. I'm sorry. But with all those monsters around, I highly doubt that she's... Sorry, I didn't mean to alarm you. Your wife, she's here with you?
She died 4 years ago. Now it's just me and my daughter.
I see. I'm sorry. Well, I'd better be going. I can't just sit around here doing nothing.
So long. Good luck out there.
Nothing unusual. Nothing helpful. Whiteboard. Nothing special. Hospital map. There's a newspaper. This article has been clipped out. Basement map. Plastic bottle. Shelves are all messed up. Who did this? That plastic bottle that I just picked up is a missable. You can easily ignore it, miss it. You don't even have to pick it up to finish the game. Books are scattered around the desk. And then here, the glass vial lies shattered. It's not just broken. Looks smashed on purpose. This is another missable thing. The remaining liquid is emptied into plastic bottle. What do we have here? Unknown liquid. So, this here is director's office. The director is the guy we just met, Dr. Kaufman. So what happened here? Who smashed this office? And damn bottle. So, the lady we met in the church is Dahlia Gillespie. That is Alessa's mother. Whether she's her birth mother or not, we don't really know. But she's the one who did the impregnation ritual on her 7-year-old daughter. So, she and the doctor was working with Dahlia. In the police station, we read that somebody was dealing drugs. There was a drug trafficking going on in this town. And this doctor here was heavily involved in it. He basically made drugs for the cult, for Dahlia, for the cult members. So he was involved in drug trafficking. He knew what was going on with the cult. He wasn't in the cult, he was mostly into it for the money. But he knew what was going on. He knew what they were trying to do. He knew that they were trying to summon a demon. And as a countermeasure, he gathered this red liquid, which was called aglofitis. It serves like a protection against the demons, or has an ability to like dispel demonic forces and stuff. The doctor knew about that, he gathered that. But he also knew that Dahlia would find out and that she would try to take that away from the doctor. So, he had 2 bottles of aglofitis, and he left one of them in this office on purpose for Dahlia to find it and smash it. This was basically a bait for Dahlia, and another one he hid it away, just in case if Colt actually manages to summon a demon. And that's exactly what happened. Dahlia came here, she trashed this whole office, trying to search for it. She found it here, trashed it, and she thought that was all of the aglofitis that he had. And his bait was basically a success. Elevator doesn't appear to be working. Vending machine doesn't work. This sound, love it. In-house generator, power elevators, ICUs, and operating rooms only. Do you want to press the switch? And now here, there's 1, 2, and 3. So we checked everything. And now all of a sudden, there's number 4. And this is one of the things where people can really overthink stuff, myself included, where here's the story. So basically, in Japan, number 4 is like number 13 in the West. It's basically unlucky number. It's the way you say number 4 is very similar to the way you say death in Japanese, from what I know. So I always thought that that's why they included number 4 here. That it's meant to be a reference to that in Japanese. However, and like everything pointed to that, it made perfect sense to be like that. However, developers have stated that they never intended it to be like that, because this game was always intended for the Western audience, and Western audience has no idea that 4 means death, that it's unlucky number in Japan. They just wanted you to get spooked by not having the floor 4, and then all of a sudden you have it. Yeah, it's Shin. Yeah. That was the whole purpose. However, even though, like, you can always overthink stuff, and even you may think that it makes perfect sense that that was the developer's intention. In the end, it wasn't. So yeah. People like to overthink, and in this case, it even made sense. However, that was not developer's intention. Like, some hospitals don't even have a 4th floor. Like, 4th floor is just ignored. Number 4 is ignored. In the West, some hotels don't have number 13. There's no 13th floor. You hear a lock here. All of these doors are locked. And again. Plate of the turtle. Love that. Bird cage. It's empty. VCR, old but usable. Steel plate screwed to the wall. Blood pack. So after the ritual, when Alessa's house burned down, she also burned in flames. And after that, she was taken to the hospital. This hospital here. And none of the nurses or doctors really cared for her. They were all controlled by Kaufman, and that's why they have this parasite on their back. It's like they're someone's puppets. They were Kaufman's puppets, just listening to orders of Kaufman. Kaufman kept Alessa here for Dahlia. Broken vending machine. He tried to heal Alessa, but the wound just wouldn't heal. Now, this is a very cool mechanic that this game has. And that is, if there are two nurses in the room, one of them will always try to hold you while the other one attacks you. And if there's only one nurse in the room, she will just attack you. I really like how, you see this? How AI tries to work together. And now she just attacks with a knife. Because the other nurse is dead. Bodies laid out on the bed. Don't feel like checking this out. Generator is on. And Alessa's wounds wouldn't heal at all after the fire because her soul was split. Nothing unusual. A sound is heard from beyond the door. Like somebody was on high heels. Love that. Another cool detail is if you kill them with a melee weapon, they have a different animation when they fall on the ground. You see how they hold their head? Some tentacles here. Blood pack. These cannot be hurt, killed. They just want the blood back. Locked. Clouds flowing over a hill, sky on a sunny day. Tangerines that are bitter, lucky four-leaf clover, violets in the garden, dandelions along a path, unavoidable sleeping time, liquid flowing from a slashed wrist. So what we have to pay attention there is for the colors. It's locked. There are 4 square indentations on the door. So we have Plate of the Queen, Plate of the Hatter, Plate of the Turtle, Plate of the Cat. This is Alice in Wonderland Easter egg or reference. So clouds flowing over a hill. Clouds are white. Then we have sky on a sunny day, which is blue. Tangerines that are bitter, that's the next one. So then, lucky four-leaf clover, which is green. Violets in the garden is the next one. Dandelions along the path. Unavoidable sleeping time is the black one. And then liquid flowing from a slashed wrist. Basement storeroom key. Disaffecting alcohol. Nothing inside. There are skid marks from the cabinet being moved. Looks like a hallway under the grate. Can't move it since the vines have grown around it. We use alcohol. Then light it up. Wheelchair. Probably belonged to Alessa. So now we are in hospital's basement's basement. That's how well they hid Alessa from everyone else. Videotape.
What's this? Looks like someone's been here.
Alessa. So this is where they kept her. Alessa? This photo of Alessa looks very similar to this. Do you want to see it? It's very similar, isn't it? This is Florence Tanner from Legend of Hell House. Now we don't have to do this, but let's do it anyway. We need room 302. Just like in Silent Hill 4.
seen that child? There's wonder. That's how it felt.
We didn't get too much from that tape now, but we will later. Now let's see who was on high heels behind this door.
Finally, someone else who's okay.
Who are you?
My name's Lisa Garland. What's yours?
Harry Mason.
Harry, tell me what's happening here. Where is everybody? I must have gotten knocked out. When I came to, everyone was gone. It's awful.
So you don't know anything either. Great. I just don't get it. It's like this is all some kind of bad dream.
Yeah, a living nightmare.
Let me ask you, have you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair, 7 years old?
A 7-year-old girl. What, she's your daughter?
Yes.
A 7-year-old girl. I can't say that I have. I was unconscious all this time. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Do you know anything about all that weird stuff in the basement?
No? Why? Is there something down there?
You don't know? Don't you work here?
We're under strict orders never to enter the basement storeroom. So I really don't know. What did you say was down there?
Well, it's... Damn! My head.
What's wrong? Harry? Harry, let me help you. Harry?
Was I dreaming?
You were too late.
It's you.
Yes, Dahlia Gillespie.
Tell me everything you know. What's going on?
Darkness. The town is being devoured by darkness. Strength must overcome petty desire, childish sleep talk. I knew this day would come.
What are you talking about? I don't understand a word of this.
Believe the evidence of your eyes. The other church in this town, that is your destination. This is beyond my abilities. Only you can stop it now. Have you not seen the crest marked on the ground all over town?
So that's what I saw in the schoolyard. What does it mean?
It is the mark of Samael. Don't let it be completed.
Hey, wait!
Now, Lisa may have been inspired by the nurse from The Exorcist 3. And who is Lisa? What is she doing here? Why did we see her in the nightmare sequence? Where in the nightmare sequence there are only monsters. Well, just like all of the monsters are Alessa's manifestations from her nightmares, Lisa is also manifestation from Alessa's memory. And the reason why she's not a monster is because she was the only good person to Alessa while Alessa was in the hospital. She was the only one who cared for Alessa, was good towards her. Everyone else, all the other doctors, had like a parasite, like they were puppets, Kaufman's puppets, Dahlia's puppets, except Lisa. Only Lisa gets to keep her personality, memories. All because of that. Because she was nice. And we'll see later what actually happened to Lisa. There's a newspaper. We don't need to go this way. We got a key. Dahlia just left it here on the table. And another kind of hidden thing. If you don't know where to go, you can check this. I'll copy the location of the antique shop onto the map. The same mechanic from the school, when we got the location from the phone book for Kay Gordon. And now we get this cool droning sound. There's a clock. Nothing special. There's a trace on the floor that somebody moved the cabinet.
What's this?
Harry!
Sybil?
I'm glad you're okay. I shouldn't have left you. Things are worse than I thought. It's nuts.
What are you doing here? I thought you left town.
I saw you go in here, so I followed you. I couldn't get out. All the roads out of town are blocked. Cars have completely stopped running. The phones and radios are still out too.
What about my daughter? Did you see her?
I did see a girl.
Was it Cheryl?
I only caught a glimpse of her through the fog. I went after her, but she vanished. I don't know about your daughter, but...
And you just let her go? Where was it?
On Bachman Road. She was heading towards the lake. Now don't get excited. It wasn't like she ran off exactly. There was no place for her to go. The road has been obliterated.
What? So then Cheryl...
It was like she was walking on thin air. What about you? Anything?
Yeah, I met this bizarre woman. Her name's Dahlia Gillespie. Do you know her?
Dahlia Gillespie. No. And?
She said something about the town being devoured by darkness. Gibberish like that. Any idea what it means?
Darkness devouring the town? Must be on drugs. They sell them to the tourists. The force still can't figure out who's behind it. None of our leads have panned out, and the investigation is stalled.
What could drug trafficking have to do with all this?
I really don't know. But maybe that's the darkness she was talking about. That's all I can think of. What's this?
Just discovered it. Maybe there's something back there.
Let's have a look.
Wait. We don't know what's back there. I'd better check it out first.
I'm a cop. I should go.
No, I'm going.
All right. I'll cover you from here. Be careful. If anything looks fishy, get back here on the double.
Okay. Sybil,
Yeah?
do you know anything about... well, like some other world? It's like some kind of bad dream.
What are you talking about?
I'm not quite sure. I try to make sense of it, but then my mind goes blank. Everything's dark there, and I hear sirens in the distance. I met this nurse, Lisa. It's like I was there, but not really. It's all a blur, like some kind of hallucination, you know?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Harry.
Oh. I was just wondering. Never mind.
Harry. You're tired.
Yeah, maybe.
No need to go back.
this? Some kind of altar. Never seen anything like this before. Maybe this is the other church.
B1, Section A. Center supply, water, gas, electric power. An axe. No God. And here we see what Dahlia is worshipping. What she wants to bring to life. What she wants her daughter Alessa to give birth to. Some kind of powder is left in the chalice. Could be White Claudia, the drug. So antique shop probably belonged to Dahlia, just as a cover-up for worshipping this here in the back for the cult members. And this is what we also see at the end of the game. Also kinda looks like air screamers. The flying enemies that attack you around town. But a different version. The one that we'll see soon. Not the one that we saw until now.
What the?
Harry? Are you okay? Harry? Harry?
Where am I?
Harry,
Lisa? Then I'm in the hospital?
you were having a bad dream.
Was I? Hey, you don't look too good. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Nothing you need to worry about.
Well, if you're sure. Lisa, do you know a woman named Dahlia Gillespie?
Oh yeah, that crazy Gillespie lady. She's kind of famous around here. She never sees anybody, so I don't know that much about her. But I heard her kid died in a fire, and supposedly she's been crazy ever since.
Well, she says the town is being devoured by the darkness. Do you have any idea what she's talking about?
The town devoured by the darkness. Yes, I think I do. Before this place was turned into a resort, the townspeople here were on the quiet side. Everybody followed some kind of queer religion. Weird occult stuff, black magic, that kind of thing. As young people moved away, the people figured they'd been summoned by the gods. Evidently, things like that used to happen around here all the time. Before the resort, there really wasn't anything else out here. Everyone was so flipped out, you gotta blame it on something. Then a lot of new people came in and everybody clammed up about it.
A cult.
Last time I heard anything about it was, gosh, years ago. When several people connected with developing the town died in accidents. People said it was a curse. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm rambling. I'll shut up.
Was that another dream? Did I pass out again?
I don't want to think so, but maybe this is all just going on in my head. I could have had a car accident and now I'm lying unconscious. I don't know what's real anymore. Sybil said Cheryl was heading towards the lake, but the road to the lake is blocked. Aren't there any other roads? Lisa would probably know. So, there's the seal of Metatron, which Dahlia calls Mark of Samael. She's gaslighting us that this is bad. And you can see here that even with the seal of Metatron, this part is devoured in darkness, which means Alessa is slowly losing power. Slowly. Now we're in a mall. We have here Vestal Gigastore, which in real life is Virgin Gigastore.
Daddy, help me. Steve, where are you?
Cheryl!
So what we see here on the screen is Alessa, Cheryl, and we also see some symbols. What are the symbols? Well, these are Olympian spirits. So let's see what those are. Olympian spirits refer to 7 spirits mentioned in several Renaissance and post-Renaissance books of ritual magic, ceremonial magic. So, the first one is Aratron, the alchemist who commanded 17,640,000 spirits. He rules 49 provinces. His planet is Saturn. Then there's Bethor, who commanded 29,000 legion of spirits. He rules 42 provinces. His planet is Jupiter. Then there's Phaleg, the warlord. His planet is Mars. He rules 35 provinces. Then there's Ak. Ak is not in this game. Then there's Haggith, transmuter of metal, who commanded 4,000 legion spirits. Rules 21 provinces. His planet is Venus. Ophiel, who commanded 100,000 legions of spirits. He rules 14 provinces. His planet is Mercury. And then there's Fool, which is not in this game. Only 5 out of 7 are in the game. Let's save. So this boss is really cool because when you fall down with this grate also prevents the boss from burrowing up through it and also burrowing down. So he cannot burrow up or down as long as you are on this grate, or he is on the grate, which is really cool boss mechanic. So this is the new air screamer that we see. Very similar to the thing in church. And I also really have to point out this really cool detail. So this game came out on PlayStation 1, okay? And look at the rain. The rain has different effects when it falls on concrete. It has different effect when it falls on dirt. And then it has a different effect when it falls on this grate. So it falls on the grate, it gathers underneath it, and then continues to fall. Really cool details for that time. Really, really cool. Okay, I need to get rid of the enemies here because... Okay, maybe they won't come back. So here, this is a theater. And there are 3 movies showing here. One of them is Ezekiel, which I don't really know what it is yet. But the movie on the left is called Shoot. And I hope you see it as well as I do, because the photo of that movie Shoot is this one. And the one on the right what does it say? Crushed Dan? Is that what it says? The one on the right, I think you can see it now. Is this movie? Harry, don't move. There it is. It's so nice of these enemies that they waited for me to show you stuff. So nice of them. One more thing I want to show you. Let's see, was it here? The store Just Cats has 2 seals of Metatrons. Not 1, but 2.
Harry!
Glad you're okay.
Thank God you came back. I was scared to be here all alone.
I'm here now. I was worried too. I'm real happy to see you. Lisa, can you tell me how to get to the lake?
The lake? You take Bachman Road.
The road's blocked.
Well, that's the only way out there.
Are you sure? There's gotta be another way.
Wait! I just remembered something!
What?
There's a waterworks over by my old elementary school. It's been abandoned for years. There's an underground tunnel out there used for inspections or something. I remember hearing it runs all the way to the lake.
Really? You think I can get to the lake from there?
I've never been down in there myself, so I'm not positive. Besides, it's all fenced off to keep people out.
If there's a chance, I've got to try.
Harry, don't go! I don't want to be alone. It's so scary, I can't stand it.
How about coming with me? This may not be the safest place in the world either. I can't promise you anything, but I'll do my best to protect you.
No, somehow I feel I'm not supposed to leave this place. Oh, Harry, I'm so scared, and I'm cold.
Look, just wait here a little longer. I'll be back as soon as I find my daughter.
Harry?
And now we go back. Back to the school. This must be that waterworks Lisa was talking about. Now, you wanna see a very cute wiggle? It's locked. The lock is worn out. May be able to break it if I hit it hard. Ready for the wiggle? It's locked. There's a sewer exit key in the water. Got a map. Now, depending on how much we explore this area here, will have an effect on the ending of the game. Another thing that has an effect is having this bottle. Nail, nail, nail. What a nice fountain.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I guess so. But I'm beat. I thought I was a goner there. So how'd it go? Did you find a way out?
No, not yet. How about you?
Zip. But it's too soon to give up. This craziness can't go on forever. A military rescue squad should be here any time now. If they come through the town, we're home free.
I hope so.
I better get going. This isn't the time to stand around flapping our gums.
Do you know a girl called Alessa?
No.
Funk Tour. Funk Tour ladies. So, saving Kaufman affects the end of the game. And here, we also find this. Kaufman must have dropped this. Looks like it's full of stuff. His key, the receipt, 0473. Receipt from general store. Thought to have been dropped by Kaufman. It says Indian Runner. Here we see Fedi X. There's a drawer. Do you want to open it? Safe key. Three loaves of bread, 3 cartons of milk, 2 dozen eggs. Delivered to back door daily, 8 a.m. Rear entrance, code 0886. Norman Young. Norman's grand opening. August 20th. He came by. I handed over the package that the woman left here. Woman, possibly Dahlia Gillespie? September 12th. He showed up at Norman's too. Don't want to be involved with the likes of them anymore, but I'm getting creeped out even more than before. Thought of leaving town, but I'm afraid of what will happen if I do. So, probably talking about Dahlia and Kaufman. It's locked. What's this? Drugs? So this is all optional. Don't have to do any of this. And like finding all of this, connecting all the dots, only changes one dialogue here that we're gonna see. 0886. So here we have some ladies. Poster on the wall. Don't look at that now, though. Playboy magazine on the table. Newspaper. It's the same date as the one in the hospital. Investigation stalled. PTV dealer still at large. Suspicious deaths continue. So, if you didn't inspect the newspaper at the hospital, you wouldn't be able to inspect this one. Suspicious deaths continue, like the anti-drug mayor. A narcotics officer dies of sudden heart failure of unknown origin. We read about that in the police station, Officer Gucci. And then here, you have to inspect this as well. September 10th. Took package, told to sit on it a while. Don't want to get involved, but can't disobey. He's probably linked to the death of the mayor and others. Nothing special. Guest register, nothing is written. So here we have this poster that draws our attention. And this is a hotel, right? What kind of hotel has a bathroom without toilet? Nobody inside. Do you want to push the shelf? Got a motorcycle key. Old motorcycle. Looks like it's been sitting here for years. That's weird. The dust is wiped away just around the gas tank. And here, small glass vial wrapped in a plastic bag. So, remember what I told you about Dahlia going to Kaufman's office, smashing the Aglaophatis vial? This is the second one that he hid from her. And he hid it here in the motorcycle. What's this? It's like the busted vial I found in the director's office at the hospital.
Give me that!
What is this?
That's none of your business. Instead of messing with that, how about coming up with a way to get out of here? You shouldn't be hanging around here goofing off. What do you think you're doing? You want to get yourself killed? Get out of here.
Okay, take it easy.
Unless you want to die, keep your mind on business. Got it?
That guy's gotta be involved in the local drug racket. Man, was he pissed. And in such rush too. That probably was dope. Anyway, better let him as he pleases. There's more than... I guess I wasted my time. Better hurry, I'm worried about Cheryl. So, this is the monologue you get when you read everything. When you find everything, okay? And this monologue that Harry has here depends on how many things you read up to this point. So, right now when you read everything, Harry thinks that he's involved in the local drug racket. If you don't read everything but some of the stuff, he will think that there are drugs in that bottle that Kaufman wants to use. That like he's a drug user. And if you don't read anything, he will just say, man, was he pissed? I guess I wasted my time. And that's it. And this is just optional stuff. Like, that thing with Aglophithis is what you need for the good ending with a bottle from the bike. However, finding everything about drugs, that doesn't affect anything. That's more like you just searching for the lore and stuff. Just learning more about the game. And how Colt was acting up with drugs, how they used the drugs.
What's this? Oh! Oh!
Not again. No, this time is different. Rather than shifting from reality to nightmare, this is more like reality becoming a nightmare. I don't like this feeling, like something bad will happen. No doubt, something terrible is going on. There's a body stuck to the bulkhead.
Sybil,
Harry!
how did you get back here?
I followed the sewer. Were you the one who cut the fence?
Yeah. I'm glad you made it. I was worried about you.
You were worried? Where did you disappear to? Never mind. I want to know what's going on here. What is with this town?
This may sound really off the wall, but listen to me. You've got to believe me. I haven't gone crazy and I'm not fooling around. At first, I thought I was losing my mind. But now I know I'm not. It's not me. This whole town. It's being invaded by the other world. By a world of someone's nightmarish delusions come to life. Little by little, the invasion is spreading, trying to swallow up everything in darkness. I think I'm finally beginning to understand what that lady was talking about.
Harry, hold on a minute. I don't get it.
Look, I don't understand it all myself. I guess I can't explain it.
Well, what's making this happen?
I don't know that either. But I do know Cheryl is there.
There?
Under whoever created this darkness. Cheryl is somewhere and she needs my help.
Harry, this whole thing's been a major blow to you. You need to rest.
Sybil,
The demon is awakening, spreading those wings.
Dahlia Gillespie.
Was it not as I said? I see it all now. Yes, everything. Hungry for sacrifice, the demon will swallow up the land. I knew this day would come. And what's more, the task is almost finished. There's only 2 left. To seal this town to the abyss, the mark of Samael. When it is completed, all is lost. Even in daytime, darkness will cover the sun. The dead will walk and martyrs will burn in the fires of hell. Everyone will die.
So what am I supposed to do? I've got to save Cheryl.
It is simple. Stop the demon. The demon taking that child's form. Stop it before your daughter becomes a sacrifice. Before it is too late. Stop it! Stop it!
What do I do?
Go to the lighthouse on the lake. And to the center of the amusement park. Make haste. You are the only hope.
Look, Harry. I really don't get what's going on. But if there's a chance we can save your daughter, I'm in. I'll check out the amusement park. You go to the lighthouse.
Sybil, thanks.
You will need to use it.
Use what?
The flowers. Only with that can you stop it.
What about Sybil?
little sign of Metatron there on the wall.
Wait! Damn, I was too late.
If I remember correctly, this exact camera angle on the stairs like this was used in one of the maybe David Lynch's movies.
Sybil hasn't come back. That creep's sure to show up at the amusement park pretty soon. Let me be on time.
The cover has been removed. Could Sybil have gotten to the amusement park from here? Lots of seals of Metatron. These are the enemies that you find in school in a European version of the game. The kids were replaced with these guys called Clawfingers. By the way, get ready for some banger music. You ready? love it. Now here, you can glitch out a game with this guy. And basically skip this sequence.
Sybil!
But let's not do that. So here we're gonna save, because in Silent Hill 3 we are going to read this note. We're coming back in this park in Silent Hill 3. Merry-go-round. So here, I want to show you something cool about Sybil. If you get far away, you can find her sitting on a horse. Really cool. Just chilling. There she is. And this is where we use the bottle. This affects the end of the game. The ending.
Sybil! Wake up! Snap out of it! Sybil!
Harry, what happened?
Shh! Don't talk. I'll take care of you.
Harry, why did they take your daughter? Why her?
I'm not sure myself. But, Cheryl isn't my biological daughter. I actually haven't told her yet. She probably already knows anyway, though. We found her abandoned on the side of the highway. Nobody knew where she came from. We didn't have any kids of our own. My wife was sick, and it didn't look like she was getting any better. So we took Cheryl in.
So in that case...
There might be some connection between Cheryl and this town.
So what do you do now?
Cheryl is my daughter. I will save her no matter what. I figured you'd show. Hold it right there. I don't know who you are or what you're trying to do, and I don't care. Just one thing. Let Cheryl go. That's all I ask. What? Damn! Huh? What is this? Where's Cheryl? Give me back my daughter.
We meet at last, Alessa.
Dahlia Gillespie? Where's Cheryl? Where is she?
Alessa, this is the end of your little game.
Mama?
Could she be...
You've been a ghastly little pest, haven't you, Alessa? I was careless, thinking you couldn't escape from our spell. But Mommy didn't know how much you'd grown. That's why I couldn't catch you all by myself. But what a pity, yes? Now you're half indebted to this man for his help.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Alessa, my dear little girl, there is one thing left I need you to do for me.
No! Get away from me!
Bad girl. Everything is ready. Let's go home now.
What's going on here? Lisa. What happened? Where's Alessa and Dahlia?
Harry, listen. Something you said before has been bothering me. I just can't get it out of my head.
What is it, Lisa?
So I went to look in the basement, even though I was scared as hell. Like you said, there were these creepy rooms, but nothing really unusual down there. But while I was down there, I got this weird feeling. Like I'd been there before. Like something happened there, but I can't quite remember somehow. What was it? Harry, help me. I'm so scared. I can't take this.
It's only a temporary thing. You're in shock from when you were knocked out. Don't fret about it. You'll remember after a while.
No. You don't understand.
Wait! Where do you think you're going?
Lisa. Damn, what's that? That sound. From down there, it's coming from the basement. Now this place is called Nowhere. And there is no map for this place. This place is amalgamation of all places we've been to. But mostly hospital.
I'm being summoned. What happened in this town? What could be making things like this? I have a feeling if I take the elevator down, I'll find it. Cheryl.
And right here, little Alessa running around. There's a key in the faucet. I can't get it out no matter how much I pull. So we hear a bird in a cage, but there's nothing, there's no bird. There's only key in the cage. It's locked. The word Phaleg is carved on the door. So this is one of the Olympian spirits we read about. And now we are in the antique shop. Just a wall. Nothing else. The word Ophiel is carved on the door. And now we're in school. Alessa's classroom. This is her table. Go home. Thief. Drop dead. That's how kids were bullying her. Screwdriver, pliers. The word Haggith carved on the door. And yeah, for this place, there is no map. Key of Ophiel. Ah, this puzzle. So here, we have to figure out what is this and why is this 2? What is this and why is this 0? What is this and why is this 10? Why is this 4? And then we need to input a number here. The answer is how many limbs do all of them have? So this guy is 6. Four. 8. And we got Stone of Time. Names engraved on a lithograph. The Grim Reaper's list. Yes, the head count is set young and old, lined up in order of age. Then the pathway opens, awaiting them, the frenzied uproar, the feast of death. So that panel tells us something about being in order from young to old. Got the key of Haggith. And then here we have... there's a slate. Grim Reaper's list. And we have the age on the left. 35, 60, 18, 45, 38. So we need to arrange them from youngest to oldest and then get their first letters. So the first one is Albert, and then is Lydia, and then Edward, and then Roberta, and then Trevor. when you take their first names, first letters, you get A-L-E-R-T. Alert. Here we have boxes called Psychic TV. We read about the drug called PTV. However, Psychic TV is also a reference. If you remember, I mentioned before Genesis P. Orridge, singer-songwriter, from a band called Throbbing Gristle. They also had like a TV show called Psychic TV.
Harry,
Lisa, what's the matter with you?
I get it now. Why I'm still alive even though everyone else is dead. I'm not the only one who's still walking around. I'm the same as them. I just hadn't noticed it before.
Lisa.
Stay by me, Harry. Please. I'm so scared. Help me. Save me from them. Please. Harry.
Lisa.
There's a diary on the floor. Ask doctor to let me quit being in charge of that patient. It's too weird. So, what happened? Alessa was burned down. And because her soul was split, her wounds wouldn't heal. And Lisa was in charge of taking care of Alessa. So, her wounds not healing was like too weird for Lisa. But unlike all the other doctors and sisters and stuff, Lisa was the only one who truly cared for Alessa. And that's why Lisa, as a manifestation, is the only normal manifestation in the game. All the other manifestations are just monsters. The kids, the doctors, the nurses, everything. Only Lisa was a normal manifestation with her own thoughts, her own memories. Because that's how Alessa remembered her, as being good, not being bad towards her. And that's why she was different. She was still a manifestation, you can even say a monster, but she was the only normal one. And now we get to see her diary. still alive, but with wounds that won't heal. Told the doctor I quit. I won't work at that hospital anymore. The room is filled with insects. Even the doors and windows shut. They get in to spite me. To the hospital. Feeling bad. Need to throw up. But nothing comes out. Vomiting only bile. Blood and pus flow from the bathroom faucet. I try to stop it, but won't turn off. Need drug. Help me. So, what happened? She tried to leave the hospital to get away from all of this, but in the cult, they were using drugs and they basically drugged Lisa. Just like they did the mayor, the police officer, like they got all the cult members and even the people who didn't belong in a cult. They wanted to get everyone hooked to the drug, and that's what they did with Lisa too. And it was all Kaufman. So she's a very tragic character in this game. We are on floor 1. Let's go to 2. Ring of Contract. Unlocked. There's a key. Electricity is flowing to the key. I'll get shocked if I grab it now. So we need to turn off the power. let's get to floor 3. Alessa praying. The light to the future. We have camera. Camera has a light. And we get some signs. The light illuminating the darkness. So we have to put what we see on the photo here. Birdcage key. There's a place mark in the book. White Claudia. Perennial herb found near water. Reaches height of 10 to 15 inches. Oblong leaves, white blossom. Seeds contain hallucinogen. Ancient records show it was used for religious ceremonies. The hallucinogenic effect was key. Now there should be a note here on the table that is missing on the US version. So I'll tell you what that note says right now. It should be a newspaper. So here's what it says. Investigation stalled. PTV dealers at large. Suspicious deaths continue. First, the anti-drug mayor. Now a narcotics officer dies of a sudden heart failure, unknown cause. Are there others? It's pretty old. Fire broke out in town. 6 homes destroyed. Charred body of Alessa Gillespie, 7, found in aftermath. Cause of fire currently under investigation. Investigation shows source as basement of Gillespie home. Blaze now believed caused by malfunction of antiquated boiler. The date of the blaze? It's the same day we found Cheryl. Theophalig. Locked. The word Bethor is carved on the door. Now here we can get some unique scene. Jane is missing a link. Take the dagger, and if you try to leave, there we go. Jane is missing a link. Those are the same tentacles. We gave them blood in the hospital. So here we need to use Ring of Contract. And when we leave, jelly beans. Key of Bethor.
Still has an unusually high fever. Eyes don't open. Getting a pulse, but just barely breathing. Her skin is all charred. Even when I change the bandages, the blood and pus just start oozing through. Why? What is keeping that child alive? I can't stand it any longer. I won't tell a soul. Promise. So please.
So the thing that kept Alessa alive was a demon baby inside of her. The word Aratron. We'll be back here later. Alessa crying in her room, which is very, well, not her room, maybe attic. On the door written, "Help me, kill 999, ma'am, kill ass or 999." Used Key of Bethor. I've turned off the electricity, so now I can't use elevator anymore. and we can get the key.
Everything is going according to plan, sheltered in the womb.
But it's not done yet. Half the soul is lost. That is why the seed lies dormant.
And what soul remains captured in that husk is buried deep down in the subconscious.
Are you trying to say it won't work? That wasn't our agreement.
No, these are just stalling tactics. If we lend a hand, we will be able to get power. Never fear, the promise shall not be broken.
But the power we could draw now will be very weak. Almost nothing. Unless we get the other half of the soul.
We'll use a magical spell. Feeling this child's pain, it's sure to come.
But that will take time.
That's why Cheryl wanted to come to Silent Hill. Because Dahlia casted a spell. And this was Alessa's room. There are dolls on the floor. In Silent Hill 3, we even learn one of the dolls' name. Nothing unusual. Here on the floor, like, you can see the dog that we see as monster in the game. Flying enemy also drawn there. Some big green guy and a child here. Girl's clothing hangs on the wall. 6, maybe 7. Must be kid about that age. Butterflies. Thou possess them to guard thy spirit. Evoke 5 rites. Unveil thy fate. Disc of Ouroboros. Dagger of Melchior. Ankh. Crest of Mercury. Amulet of Solomon.
Do what Mommy tells you now. I just want you to lend me a teeny bit of your power. That's all.
No! I don't want to do it!
It will make everyone happy, and it's for your own good, too.
Oh, but Mommy, I just want to be with you. Just two of us. Please understand.
Oh, yes, I see. Maybe Mommy has been wrong.
Mommy!
Why didn't I see this before? There's no reason to wait. Herein lies the mother's womb, containing the power to create life. I could have done it all myself.
Mommy?
So she just wanted some mother's love, while Dahlia just wanted demons. And to use her own child.
I was shocked to realize the talisman of Metatron was being used. In spite of the lost soul returning at last. Just a little longer and all would have been for naught. It's all because of that man. We must be thankful to him. Even though Alessa has been stopped, his little girl has to go. What a pity.
Freeze! What in the devil's name?
Dahlia.
Well, well, well. To think you'd make it this far.
Where's Cheryl? What have you done to her?
What are you talking about? You've seen her many times, restored to her former self.
I'm in no mood for jokes.
Don't you see? She's right there.
That's absurd.
You are the only one who thinks so.
Why? Why are you doing this?
It's been a long 7 years. For the 7 years since that terrible day, Alessa has been kept alive, suffering a fate worse than death. Alessa has been trapped in an endless nightmare from which she never awakens. He has been nurtured by that nightmare, waiting for the day to be born. That day has finally come. The time is nigh. Everyone will be released from pain and suffering. Our salvation is at hand. This is the day of reckoning, when all our sorrows will be washed away. When we return to the true paradise, my daughter will be the Mother of God.
Return things to how they were before.
Kaufman!
Did I ask for this? Nobody uses me. You won't get away with this.
Your role is over. We don't need you anymore. What do you think you could accomplish by coming here?
My, aren't we getting cocky? Bet you can't see this.
A gloviness! I thought I got rid of that!
All I had to do was plant it somewhere for you to find. You all, well, it kept you busy. Ha! You're easy. And there's more where this came from.
Stop it!
Huh? What the?
Can you guess what the music is for this boss? You probably heard it. There's a chance you heard it. That music is a dentist drill. And if you ever visit dentist now, all you will picture is this boss, this game from now on. Yep. Let's get Kaufman's help. Kaufman? go, good plus. That is the best ending that you can get. You cannot save Lisa. Lisa was dead like a long time ago. She was a town manifestation, just like many other monsters. The reason why the final boss looks like that... So, all the monsters and the way they look in this game come from Alessa's mind. The dogs, the flying monsters. And the last boss, the reason why he looks like that is because Alessa, like all her life, she was part of the cult because of her mom. Her mom was like leader of the cult. And that being, that devil, that god, is the thing they believed in. So whatever was in Alessa's mind, the town would manifest that, would turn it into reality. If that god, if they believed in whatever god you can imagine, the town would bring that type of god to reality. But since they believed in that thing was in Alessa's mind, her mind influenced the town of Silent Hill, and the Silent Hill brought that to reality. Sure, let's save.
Daddy.
Cheryl!
Thank you, Daddy. Goodbye.
Cheryl? Can't be. Can't leave like this. This can't be happening. Cheryl! Cheryl!
So, different ending, different music at the end. So yeah. That's the bad ending. Like when Harry crashes at the start of the game, turns out this was all just a dream. Just a bad dream. And now, for the canon ending. The one true ending in the game. I lied to you, what was the best ending? This is the best ending.
What?
That light.
Let me ask you, have you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair?
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time.